evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. We are live once again. It's like everything's coming in. And we'll be continuing with Lost Odyssey. Stumbling onto more depression. Although hopefully today there isn't there isn't one of his memories that actually breaks me. But we left off yesterday. We were right about to go into a boss fight in the Crimson Forest. I didn't know how long the cutscenes were going to be after it, and I had already gone over my time, so when I saw the save point, I just saved and stopped there, so we'll be starting the boss fight today. Don't suppose these things came back, because I killed everything before I left, or before I stopped. That's a no, though there are still random battles.
Oh, yeah! Let's get it on!
Hey Ragnar, how you doing?
Hi, everybody!
There's no rhyme or reason to battle.
Nah, I was looking around a little bit. Got into a random battle. No good. Push, pull, it isn't budging. There aren't any switches or anything to move the door either. Now what? We can just bust this door somehow then, wouldn't that work? Jansen, a rock-solid door like this? How? So we just need a way. Okay, so apparently I was not at the boss yet. Where is the switch?
Don't let him get away!
There's nothing left for her to learn. So where the hell is the switch? Okay. Yeah, we did it. All right then, let's hurry on. Yeah, I moved this, but I had no idea what it was for. That was what was stopping the boulder.
Are you some kind of beast? That was close.
Oh yeah, I had some frame drops there for a while. I guess I'll have to watch it.
Mac? Mac?
Wow, puberty's weird. why it's a cursed forest.
Mac!
Wait.
But he's calling me.
Mac is possessed by the forest. If you get too close, you might end up cursed also.
I have to save him.
No! Bad idea! Bad idea! I just told you that!
Just do this.
Is anyone listening to me? Oh yeah! Let's get it on!
Type, magic, element, none. I don't suppose I have anything that does more damage than magic. Nope. I'll just stick with the Herculean ring. May not be worth the cast time for them. Let's see how much damage these two do. Not worth the cast time. Okay, him casting that might actually be worth it.
neutralize him without hurting him.
Guy's nothing but trouble. How about knocking him out?
Okay.
Bad ending. Okay, so how are we supposed to knock him out? Because apparently reducing his HP to 0 is not it. Maybe.
Not too smart, eh?
Yeah, Mac is the boy and Cook is the girl. Huh. That might have been why I dropped frames earlier. Apparently my computer was running a virus scan. In case we have to hit him just to get that cutscene where they tell us, you know, not to kill him.
Mac's in the way. If we attack, we're gonna hurt him.
There's nothing he can do. The forest is controlling him.
But we've got to get around him somehow.
I wonder if there's a way to neutralize him without hurting him.
Guy's nothing but trouble. How about knocking him out?
Okay.
Looks like that was it, because now we're targeting the thing.
Mac! Mac! Cook! Oh, you dummy! Sorry. Don't you know how sad it would have made Mom if you died? Yeah, I know. Why'd you go alone? How come you didn't tell me? Because, Cook, you're always so cranky when someone wakes you up. Well, sorry, but still. I wanted to show Mom those flowers. I thought if I came here, I could meet her. I wanted to talk to her. You can't do that. Mom's dead. You won't ever see her again. Tell me, Kyle, when someone dies, what happens to their soul? Do you know? You lived a long time. Haven't you ever seen anything?
No, I haven't. When people die, they just go away. If there's any place a soul would go, it's in your memories. People you remember are with you forever. Alirim will continue to live on in our memories. And that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Let's return these flowers to where they belong.
Oh, man, what is it this
It's a miracle. This is a miracle.
It's Mom. Yeah, Mom's here. I know she's here. She heard us. She felt us. Mom, look. We're doing fine, Mom. Mom, I'm gonna go find Grandma. I'm gonna grow strong like Kime.
It's warm. The warmth of her soul. Liram's brought us a miracle, Kime.
Miracle. Always keep you in our thoughts, Lyra.
That's end of disc 1. I'm not sure if there's... Like, am I just gonna have to eject and restart the game? Is that what the save was for? Yeah, they didn't get Blu-ray until Xbox One. Mainly because Sony invented Blu-ray and they didn't want to pay for it. Alright. Disc 1 out. Disc 2 in. This game is 4 discs. And actually, like, the 4 games that I got the 364, they're all multiple discs. I think the smallest one is Magna Carta 2, that's only 2 discs. I think Infinite Discovery and Blue Dragon are both 3 discs. Oh, nope. Thought it'd be coming in on a cutscene. He's got power hit, combo. Oh, maybe he is supposed to be a front row. Really? Because there's... I wonder if it's 2 single-layer Blu-rays or two dual-layer Blu-rays. Because there are dual-layer Blu-rays. I remember... Fuck, what game was it that used a dual-layer Blu-ray? I feel like there was a game on PS3 or PS4 that used a dual-layer Blu-ray. Maybe I'm just making that up. Let me check. Okay, so apparently anything that is 25 gigs or less is a single layer Blu-ray, and anything that is over 25 gigs up to 50 gigs is a dual layer Blu-ray. So I guess it's not that uncommon a thing. So yeah, it would have been on two dual layers. Because apparently the original release size of Final Fantasy VII Remake was 85.9 gigs. That's a big that's a big game. Hey, Hideru. How you doing? What do you mean give you a burrito? You're in Mexico. You're surrounded by burritos. Just reach out your window and have someone throw you one.
Cook, I feel kind of weird. Mac, are you getting all strange again?
You'll be okay, Mac. Calm down. Your power won't do bad things anymore.
What? You know about this?
Oh, then stay away from this game. This game is nothing but trauma.
It's weird. This strange power is moving inside of me.
That's the magic of the Eastern Tribe. Don't worry about it. The Eastern Tribe coexists with the forest. They both respect and fear it. They revere and live so closely with the forest that they gain special special powers from it.
Isn't the Eastern Tribe the people who started the war 500 years ago?
But why me?
You were possessed by the Crimson Forest, which still holds the remnants of the Eastern Tribe spirit. Because of that, the power of the Eastern Tribe now resides within you, Mac.
He is playable. He's already in the party. And apparently he's I think he's supposed to be a frontline character.
Ooh, seems like a mixed blessing to me.
That's not true. I'm sure it'll come in handy. You should be thankful, Mac.
Good for you.
Well, unfortunately, most people won't play this game just because of the system it's on.
Would possess me too, would it?
Yeah, it's very sad that Mistwalker does not have a policy of porting things to other systems. What supposed to do now? Deal with you? It's also got Blue Dragon, Infinite Undiscovery, and Magna Carta 2. And those are the 4 games that I bought when I picked up the 360. Oh, what's this? It wasn't like this before. Maybe because Mac is here. Me? Seems so. There's a powerful spirit magic at work in this forest. It's likely that everything is coming back to life due to a spirit mage like Mac being here. How neat. Let's see if these things are working then. The question is, what has changed?
Not too smart, eh?
Okay, so he's got physical and a magic buff. Oh, he's got an attack all spell that actually only takes 1 turn. That's new. All the other spells so far that attack everybody take more than a turn. As for Infinite Undiscovery, I have no idea. I've heard some people say that it's good, some people say that it's bad, but even then, most of the time I usually prefer to play them and make my own decision.
I am the greatest.
Yeah, I think he's definitely supposed to be in the front row. He's getting a lot of physical type skills.
Looks like we got a good chance. wish I was stronger.
Blind or Turntail. I guess we'll learn Anti-Blind first. Still can't do anything with this.
If it's a fight you want, you got it.
That's some really shitty rain if it poisons everybody.
That wasn't very fun.
Oh, right. Thankfully, this is one of those games where poison doesn't last after the battle. Beast Killer, Machine Killer, Magic Killer. I mean, if it covers a lot of types, but it's still not really an all-purpose ring. Actually, no. Let's learn counter next. Spell. Yep, that's a fight. Probably should have figured one of them was going to be a fight since there were two of them there.
Okay, here goes.
Thank you, Irby.
That was close.
Can't remember if there was another one of those little platforms in this area.
Out of my way.
Well, you don't have to. They actually teleport you pretty close to the entrance. I'm going through it again because there's more items to get now. So it's optional. And I'm being thorough. And also seeing as how, I don't know if it'll keep that way, but the first boss you need a little bit of grinding to do. So doing stuff like this might cut down on the grind later. No idea what... Oh, never mind. Guess I have to roll it over there. Okay, so dropping it in the hole is not what you're supposed to do. Hey Nami, how you doing? What the hell am I supposed to do with this boulder? You can't drop it in the hole over here. You can't put it on the teleporter. You can't take it past that teleporter room. What the hell is this thing for? The FAQ doesn't even mention this. Honestly, I think I would respect it if they put something in that, like, just as a joke. Like, yeah, you can roll this around, doesn't do anything. But yeah, I'm not seeing it even mentioned in the FAQ.
It's not in my nature to lose.
Because I do think I remember seeing one of those little spirit circle things in this area.
Are you some kind of beast?
Maybe?
close one.
So I'm trying to decide if Mac and Cook have long faces. They're not as long. But I don't know if I'd really call them wide faces either. So I'm thinking maybe the designer made their faces wide to try to more emphasize that they're adults. I guess I was mistaken. I guess they were only in those first two maps. And I still have no idea what that boulder you can roll around is for. Yeah, we've done everything here, I think, so let's get the hell out of here.
If it's a fight you want, you got it.
Have I become stronger?
He doesn't have anything left to learn. Uh-oh. Time for more trauma. It happened a long, long time ago. On a small island which has since perished, they had an odd custom. They mourned their dead with song, with elegies. Elegy Island. The songs would play without ceasing from the last moments before death, through the funeral to the burial. Elegies would be sung for many purposes: to ease the grief of the family, to recall the legacy of the deceased, to appease the soul of one who died under stressful circumstances, to celebrate one person's having lived to a ripe old age, or to evoke anger at another's pointless death. There were no fixed melodies or lyrics. Apparently the songs were sung without lyrics at all. No documents have survived, so all we can do is assemble oral histories, sighs the archaeologist as she views the island from the deck of the ship. People of that island country had no writing system, which means they had no way to leave behind signs or evidence of their lives. I wish we could at least interview a few survivors, but there weren't any. Every single person was killed. The research team's archaeologist is a young woman in her 20s. Her country is the one that destroyed the island. It happened while her ancestors, 7 generations back, were still young people. I hate to badmouth my own country, she says with a shrug, but they really didn't have to go that far. That far is no exaggeration. Her country prided itself on its overwhelming military force. For it to gain mastery over the tiny island would have been as simple as twisting an infant's arm. But her country believed in oppressing its neighbors with force. The leaders were thinking more of those neighbors than of the island itself when it launched its all-out attack. The island was a mere object lesson. It was scorched from end to end. Every human being on the island, from newborn babies to elders on the verge of death, was killed without mercy. It's odd, though, says the young woman with a grim smile. There are hardly any records left from that time, even in our country. I suppose what they did is so terrible they didn't want their descendants to know about it. Her remark prompts some older scholars on board to clear their throats, the sound of which she snaps her mouth shut. Sorry, she whispers. You're not much older than I am, and you probably don't want to hear about all this old stuff anyway. I do, though. What interest can a sailor like you have in these boring academic matters? Gaim only shakes his head in silence. Suddenly things become very busy on deck. The boat is approaching the island and has entered a stretch of intricate channels where the skills of the crew will be tested. The boatswain calls Gaim. Oh, I'm sorry, the woman says. I shouldn't be monopolizing your time. You've got work to do. Even as she apologizes, the talkative young archaeologist asks Gaim, Do you mind if I ask you one last question? Please ask away, he replies, stopping in his tracks. She looks around to make sure no one is listening and whispers, I'm sure this is your first time taking a research team over. Uh-huh. And your first time going to the island. Well, yes. So you probably don't know about some of the bad stories they tell about this place. That some scholars who go there fall under a curse. Like, they get sick while doing their research on the island, or they become mentally unstable after they get home. I've heard some even killed themselves. You mean a long time ago, right? Right. This is the first research trip in 50 years. Up to then, every time they sent out a team, 1 or 2 of the members would suffer the curse. This is why they put a stop to all these years. So I'm a little scared myself. She sends a mock shudder through her body. I just thought I'd ask if you could teach me some magic spell for getting back safely. Gaim looks straight at her, not merely taking in her appearance, but searching for the person deep inside. You'll be fine, he says. You think so? I'm pretty sure you'll be okay. She looks at him questioningly. If you hear singing, though, he adds, come along with it. What do you mean, she asks, her expression increasingly uneasy, but Gaim says nothing more. Get over here now, mister, the boatswain shouts at Gaim, who heads for his station. He did tell the woman one white lie, though. This is not his first time coming to the island. He has been here many times before. His first trip happened a long, long time ago. As the archaeologist said, the island's elegies had no fixed melody or lyrics. They were all sung extemporaneously and never repeated. 100 deaths required 100 elegies. Nor did mourners agree in advance on the nature of the elegy before they started singing. At first, each would sing his or her own song, expressing his or her own feelings about the deceased. Eventually, the jumble of songs would come together into a single melody without any one singer taking the lead. In the culture of this island that had no writing, there was, of course, no musical notation. There were no instruments for accompaniment either. Each mourner, in grieving for the loved one, would give voice to hopes for a peaceful last journey, and a song would emerge. Kaim's travels first brought him here when the island was at peace, which is to say, centuries ago. He happened to arrive just after the death of a village elder. For 3 days and nights, an elegy was sung around the clock. The island's people's song, which shook the darkness and reverberated all across the clear blue daytime sky, left its mark with a certain ennobling comfort in the breast of Kaim, a man for whom fate has decreed that no one would ever sing an elegy. To think that such an island had been burned to the ground. The people fled in all directions at once and were murdered one at a time. It was an absolute bloodbath. Kaim knows about the atrocities that accompanied the butchery, things that were not handed down to the generation of the young archaeologists. Had it wished to, the woman's country could have taken control of the island in a single night, but instead it used its military power to chase down each of the island's inhabitants over a period of several days, as if carefully filling in the blank spaces in a coloring book. The island became enveloped in elegies. At first, while the living still outnumbered the dead, voices in elegiac song all but shook the island with their volume. As the days went by, however, the dead came to outnumber the living. The sobbing voices in song grew ever fainter. When the battle reached its final phase, the few remaining islanders who had been cornered in the island's northern tip fled into a large cave. They resigned themselves to death. All that was left for them to do was pray that they might be allowed to die with some degree of peace. But even this small measure of hope they were unable to wring from their attackers. The army of the archaeologist's country went for maximum brutality. They entered the cave with every weapon at their command, and they dragged out and killed one islander per day. Today it was an old man. The next day it was a young man. The day after that they tortured to death a young mother with an infant at her breast. The following day the infant they tore from her arms was put to death. The elegies resounded without interruption. The singing voices that escaped from the cave invaded the ears of the soldiers who were carrying on the massacre. Those soldiers with kind hearts collapsed one after another, or they went mad and left the front line. Song was the final weapon of the islanders who had no other means to fight. They went on singing as they struggled against starvation, thirst, and their own fears. The commanding officer of the anti-insurgency force ordered his men to fill in the mouth of the cave. If they buried the people alive, he thought, the singing would no longer be audible. Nevertheless, faint singing continued. It went on day after day. Rainy days, clear days, daytime, nighttime it continued, but no longer without breaks, which gradually increased the length. The singing went beyond being an elegy for a single person and became a song suffused with the sorrow of all the living things on the island. About the time the season ended, the last thin thread of singing died out. The army left the island. Not a single record of these military operations was left. Never again did anyone come to live on the island. First research team in 50 years is plagued by difficulties. One scholar after another collapses. Almost every day someone is sent out to the vessel anchored offshore, sick. All of the scholars moan with pain, blocking their ears. The situation is exactly what it was before the island was sealed off from research. Kaim knows exactly what is happening. The ocean breeze sweeping across the island sounds like a song. The branches swaying in the forest sound like a song. The birds in the trees sound like a song. The babbling of a brook sounds like a song. The treading of boots on piled up fallen leaves sounds like a song. The crashing and receding of waves on the shore sounds like a song. The elegy for the island that people sang with every last bit of life they could dredge up from inside themselves now is being sung by the island itself. Please stop. I beg you, please stop. The scholars cry out in their delirium, covering their ears. I don't know what we did. It was our ancestors, not us. Scholars who moan this hear anger and sorrow in the constantly resounding elegy. What they say is true. It is not their fault. But they have been given no knowledge of what happened on this island so long ago. Sometimes, not knowing can be a profound sin. They should prick up their ears and listen all the more. That is what Kime has always done. The elegy being sung by the island is not merely hurling hatred and anger at them. The island is not trying to torture members of the younger generation like them who are without sin. Rather than blocking their ears, they should listen. If they do so, the message will reach them. For the island is telling them, you must know the truth. You must know what actually happened on this island so long ago. The investigation ends much earlier than originally planned. Most of the research team have returned to the ship, their health broken, and some of the more seriously ill members have been sent home. It is no longer possible to continue the work. The young archaeologist who spoke to Kame on the way is one of the few who have persevered to the end. Thanks to you, she says to Kime. As soon as she climbed from the launch into the ship, she saw Kime standing on deck and hurried over to him. She looks haggard, but her fatigue is clearly less physical than mental. Still, her eyes harbor a strong-willed gleam. Did you hear the singing? He asks. I did, she says with a nod, looking back at the receding island. It was so sad. Just as he had thought, she was able to open herself to the sadness. Did you sing along with it? Yes, I did that too. Partly because of what you said to me, but I also found myself humming the same tune quite naturally. Kime nods and smiles at her. This is the first time he has encountered anyone with the heart to hear the island's elegy. This time when I get home, she says, I want to do some more serious research on the war. It's something I have to do. I almost feel I don't have any choice in the matter. I'm glad to hear it, he says. I might turn up some facts that my country finds inconvenient, but I feel it is absolutely necessary to learn the truth, to know what actually happened. The ship emerges into the open sea. A single white bird flies out from the island as it's seeing the ship off on its journey. Tracing a great arc against the blue sky, it releases one high, ringing cry. No longer an elegy, this is a song of joy and forgiveness signaling the dawn of a new age. So, Kime remembered a little bit of genocide. DAAD. spell out of that.
Beloved citizens of Ura, I am Tolton, son of the late King Zypher. Please heed my words. At this moment, our nation is
Oh, if it isn't that little scamp from Ura.
It's the council. I wonder what's going on. What would be so important that they'd have to broadcast it around the world?
That on the Wall Highlands into such a tragedy. I am overwhelmed with shame at the number of people who died in that battle. Furthermore, I must inform the people that His Excellency, the Venerable Chairman Roxian, who has led the council since our nation became a republic, has passed away due to a sudden illness. His
Sudden
Excellency
illness of being eaten by a snake.
Do you understand any of this? There were a lot of words I heard in my history class.
that to save Ura, the monarchy must be restored immediately. Therefore, in accordance with His Excellency's dying wish, I hereby declare that henceforth the Republic shall be abolished and the Council shall be dissolved.
Huh, Golden Boy is sure taking a lot of initiative there.
It's Gongora's plotting.
The boss?
I don't get it. They're trying to stop something, right?
I, as the first in line to the throne, shall, with honor, bear the crown as 45th King of Ura. Also,
Oh,
since I am
45. Oh, thanks for clearing it up. I thought you were 44.
incumbent on the ruler of this nation, I shall appoint His Excellency Gongora, a sorcerer of vast experience, as my royal advisor and second in command.
Well, it shall be a great honor to accept your Majesty's appointment.
He sure knows how to ham it up.
What? Did he just say royal advisor? He's kidding, right?
It's nothing but government by regent.
My beloved citizens, allow me to illustrate one of the reasons that I reached this difficult decision.
It's me! Look it!
They must be planning to invade Ura.
Is that my voice?
What is this?
How should I know?
As you can see, it has been refitted with weapons. Do you understand what this means? Numara, like Kent before it.
Okay, so that flash on his eye from before was some kind of magic camera.
In this time of crisis, our country no longer has a standing army to protect us. Our army was swept up in the devastation at the Wall Highlands. It is in times like these when a king who can lead Ura to victory, like my late father, is indispensable.
Jansen, what the hell is this? Explain yourself.
I'm telling you, I don't know anything.
You've been used.
Me? By Gongora? You gotta be kidding me. I was just in it for the money.
There, see? He let it slip.
Yeah, okay. So now you know. But all he asked me to do is keep an eye on you guys. You gotta believe me.
Then what was that black pearl all about?
Well, look, that was, well...
Kime, this guy's bad news. We should get rid of him. We need to deal with him before we look for Sarah. Gongora might even be listening in on this conversation.
Hey, wait a minute, okay? You don't know the whole story. Let me
It
just...
doesn't matter.
Kime?
Let him hear us. Let him see us. Let him shudder as we close in on him.
You are creeping me out. Man, you know, he's a handful even after getting his memories back. Where did I put that pearl?
Hey, I've seen those guys before. What?
Okay. What's going on?
Snitches get stitches.
Ow, that... Hey, who threw that?
What the?
Hey, it's you! You're the Orange Spies!
Spies? We've got nothing to do with this. Here's your spy.
Yeah, what? Hey, don't point your finger at me.
Ura's gonna attack Numara, isn't it? It's all your fault!
They definitely think we're spies now. We'll be arrested if this keeps up. Maybe it's better for us to get out of Numara for now, Kime. Seconded. They obviously aren't going to listen to us right now. How about we leave for now and come up with a plan?
Get down!
You all right?
Yeah. Fire! Kyle?
This is no ordinary attack, is it?
What? What's an ordinary attack?
Cook, Mac, now's the chance for you to slip into the smoke and run.
What? No way.
Move! If you stay here, you'll be in our way.
That's not true. We're in this together. Let's go. Look.
Don't worry, we'll be fine.
I say we surprise him by running away.
You. Shut up.
What?
Kyle, see you later.
Yeah, technically Jansen's the only one that's in any actual danger.
You know, I think they've noticed us.
Kime?
If we put up a struggle here, we could end up triggering outright war between Ura and Numara.
So that means we should do what?
Don't move! If you resist, you'll regret it!
So we let ourselves get caught. That's brilliant!
We should let them know fighting won't solve anything.
Then we'll need the power of the Queen.
Power of the Queen. Good idea. You know, me and the Queen are tight. Yeah, we go way back. No problem.
Yeah, right.
You're wise to surrender, spies.
We're not spies. We want to speak to the proper authorities.
If you're not spies, then what is the meaning of this?
What is the meaning of what?
For ordinary travelers, you've certainly managed to get involved in some extraordinary events.
I apologize for pretending to be something I'm not. I just want you to hear me out.
Oh, I'll hear you out. You're going to tell me what Ura is plotting.
Well, see, now there's no surprise. They were going to throw you a birthday party. Where's the Queen?
That's gotta hurt.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Idiot.
What's that look for? This fellow senses something unusual in your eyes.
What?
Well then, let's expose those eyes for what they really are. Our country's sorcerers have some impressive powers themselves.
I am flattered, General.
Do it.
Yes, sir.
Palpatine?
Oh boy! Whoa! Oh.
Jansen.
Wow, do you see what I'm seeing? Because are those mine? Those aren't mine.
Ah.
They're mine?
These are without doubt crystals of magic energy. What this man sees is passed along to another sorcerer through these lenses of light. They're called spy eyes, and they allow a sorcerer to see everything the wearer sees.
Awfully elaborate stunt to pull, even for a spy.
Hey, you know, I am not that smart. I mean, I'm not saying I'm dumb. I didn't know.
Excuse me, General, but this man is most likely telling the truth.
What?
The person in which spy eyes are implanted would not be aware of them. I could tell that much when I remove them. This is high-level magic, far beyond the capabilities of someone such as myself.
Even with your power, you could not do it?
As you say, sir.
I can't believe he was just using me.
Of all the times to figure that out.
I am gonna make that greedy, senile, flea-infested bastard pay.
You won't have time for that, spies. Kill them.
Well, all right then.
There was just no getting through to that guy.
We don't have much of a choice. Let's take him down.
Gotta say, I haven't really seen gun shields before. I guess the one that got countered got killed by the magic.
Are those your moms?
I don't believe it.
Oh my.
I don't know about you.
She's gone.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Hey, come back here!
guys come from?
It was fun coming up here. We ended up sneaking around like thieves. Yeah.
You did great. Let's go.
All right.
All right.
What? Don't let them escape! Release the guard beasts!
I know these guys are, well, I walked right into that one, but I was about to say these guys are not very good at pursuit. I probably should kill them all anyway. At least I'll see if they respawn. What is that thing on the right? So he is mostly buffs and debuffs. Sword transfer? What the hell does that do? Allows the user to transfer absorbed HP or MP to a party member in the back row.
Out of my way!
Alright, looks like they do refresh. Thought maybe there was just a certain number and we killed them all, we'd be done. Slot seed, that's good. kind of easy to juke all these pursuers. Probably should kill some of them though, just to make sure I'm getting XP, but it's about 10 after I should have taken my break, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'll be back in 5, and then we'll continue our somewhat easy escape from this place. back. Yeah, I should fight some of these guys.
It's now or never!
That was very fun.
I guess it just put us on the other side of the barricade. Yeah, that time it actually got us. Oh, this is a big group. I'm liking it so far, although I know the Nier games. A lot of people say that they're the ones that are depression, but man, I'm only just. I'm barely in the opening part of the second disc, this is the depression game. Like every single one of those like 1,000 Years of Dream stories, sad as fuck. No, it's definitely not. For a long time, I felt that, like, living forever is not a good thing. And Steampunk Cack, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, like, just... And granted, it was part of the main story, not one of the 1,000 Years of Dream, but the 1,000 Years of Dreams, like, all the ones... I think I've seen 8 or 9 of them so far, out of, like, 31 or 32. Like, they've all been sad, but then even part of the main story, like, they often say... Like, there's the old saying, you know, no parent should ever live long enough to see their child die. And... yeah. That was pretty bad. You know, now that you mention it, that probably wouldn't be a bad idea for a channel redemption reward. But I would have to find, I would essentially have to find, like fish food flakes, like with a transparent background. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea for another channel point redemption, you know, little thing to happen. Most geniuses are accidental. They just forget to say the accidental part. Like many of the greatest discoveries of humankind were accidents. Ah, picking on a kid. Man, these soldiers just go straight for the children.
That wasn't very fun.
I guess let's get rid of steel. I never actually used it. Reduces interference with magic casting speed caused by enemy attacks. I wish I could put that on Jansen and Mac, but they're humans. can only make one because of the whetstones I have. I've already got a jamming ring. I think I have Bio Killer on one of the other rings that I got. I have Magic Killer on one. I think Spirit's the only one I don't have a ring for yet. But yeah, the battles definitely have the same problem that Legend of Dragoon had, in that every time you get into a battle, it has to show you the environment that you're fighting in. I'm guessing that's to cover up the load time, but it does add up after a while. Because I remember I did recently replay Legend of Dragoon, and that was something that I noticed a lot that I didn't notice when I played it way back when it came out. Thought maybe there'd be a chest there. So far, every other little corner encroachment like that has had a chest in it. Not the kid. Okay. I'm okay with her getting hit, just not the kid. They don't have as much HP.
That was close.
We got a heal spot and a save point. So that means there's going to be a boss. Probably be a pretty good grind spot since these things all keep refreshing, but let's see if we can do it without.
Whew. Yeah, this is much better. Time to relax.
You all right?
Yeah, somehow. Mac! You okay? I'm so tired, Cook.
Looks good.
Ming!
Aunt Ming!
Ming!
Jensen?
Please, don't get up.
Why have you come? Oh, you're all...
You don't remember me? I'm Seth. Seth Balmore. This is Kai Marganar. We're comrades. Remember?
Comrades? What do you mean by that?
Here, let me help you.
End of the line for you.
Oh, Heihachi found his clothes
Majesty,
again.
I'm terribly sorry for the trouble. It will be over. Just a moment.
Sorry, this will be over in a second. Hey, Squeaky! Don't care about the Queen's continued good health, huh?
Aunt Ming!
You! Get out of the way! You do anything funny and the Queen gets it. Figurehead or not, she's still the Queen, Tiny. If anything happens to her, you'll be held responsible. You know better than to try anything, right? I mean, you're not stupid.
You're a real thug. You know that, Jansen?
There's an exit in the back.
Huh?
Behind us.
Jansen, keep it up. Fall back. Right. Don't move. Don't move. Don't you dare move.
Come on, kids.
Get it? Don't move from that that spot!
You swine!
So we're all full. I don't suppose they refilled these, did they? Hey, stop goofing around. They're gonna catch up to us.
This guy's annoying.
General Kukunis!
You won't get away this time, because you're all under arrest on suspicion of spying and for abducting Her Majesty the Queen. You will come along quietly.
And it's just cannon power and tank power, 2 bars to fill up. Alright, everything's in the front row, so no problem there. That doesn't bring it back up as much as I thought it would. But I do need to keep it up. Why you gotta pick on the kids? Oh yeah, I'll take cinematic over realistic any day. It's like a lot of times I usually say, like, if I wanted realism, I'd probably go out and do things myself. Like, there's a lot of things where if you really want realism, you can go out and actually do the thing, like, especially like sports games and stuff like that. The soldiers in this country just love picking on kids. How much has he got left? 6? Yeah, we'll probably take him out this turn. Seth and Power Hit, and Anti-Poison, Macklin Taunt. Taunt, definitely something I'd want to have on someone other than Mac. He doesn't have that much HP.
Wait.
Yeah, sorry about that thing back there.
Don't be.
Well, I didn't want to pull a stunt like that, but listen, did I hurt you? I'm sorry if I did. I didn't mean it.
It's fine. Everyone is safe now after all.
Well, you know, I should really be thanking you for helping us escape.
Well, since these children were there.
You're acting kind of weird. You got a crush.
Would you shut up? We had a moment there.
Aunt Ming, are you okay?
Yes. Cook? Mac? Why are you two? Did something happen to your mother?
She's passed on.
Please don't let your spirits fall. I'll always be with you.
Thank you, Aunt Ming.
Oh, why would a big boy like you be crying, Mac?
He's going to change from here on out.
Seth. What you said earlier, that we were friends, is it true?
Yeah, but this isn't the best place to stop and talk about it. We need to get out of town.
What will you do, Your Highness? You said earlier you couldn't leave because you were the queen.
I'll go with you. It seems I must.
You'll come with us?
Yes.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah.
New party member?
Hold on. We're being pursued by both Numara and Gongara. We should probably find a ride.
Ride? Where? How?
Let's go to the harbor. I've got an idea.
Sure, why not? Some magic spells can be combined together to form what is known as composite magic. To cast a composite magic, you must be able to use both of the spells that compose it. Use the spell book under menu and check the spells required for composite magic. Any composite magic for which you lack the required spells will not be displayed. Only use composite magic spells for which you have the required skill level. Okay, confirmed. She is an immortal. because she has skill links. I mean, not that they hadn't outright said it, but it was very heavily implied. So what do I want to have her learn? Okay, so refresh is a spirit. Then the cures are all white. Shadow. I guess I just, well, yeah, I should teach her all of them eventually anyway. Now that I actually have more people who can fit in the party, now comes the question of, do people that are not in the party gain some XP or not? So who do I take out to fit her in? Guess no one's learning anything off of her right Because I got a couple of people that are trying to learn stuff off of Mac still, so he needs to be in the party for. The shipyard is up ahead. That's where the latest model is being built. We should go take a look. Alright, so we're not allowed to actually go anywhere. News used to tell us to be faster and faster, but these things take time. Plus when we're already on the verge of finishing this speedboat, too. We're in luck. They're just starting the final adjustments, which means they'll be fitting the engine next.
Wow, this is a serious engine.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Eh?
Hey, that engine. Where'd you get it?
Oh, this. Let's see, when was that? A while back, an unbelievably huge fish washed up on shore. This was in its belly.
We checked it out and realized it could deliver incredible output, so we fixed it and installed it in the boat.
Did the repairs work?
Like a charm. That boat was built to be General Kakanis' command vessel. Installing it is all that's left to do.
I see. Thanks.
Don't mention it.
A huge fish, huh? You know, a while back...
Is there something you remember?
I really depended on it.
Depend on what? The fish or the engine?
Both?
The engine. It's from back when I was a pirate. Huh? Seth, you were a pirate? Yep, that's right. Wow! Amazing! That is so cool! Huh? Oh yeah, I've always loved women who are pirates and swordswomen and stuff. I read books about them for like ever. It is so exciting to meet a real woman pirate. I mean, to make a long story short,
She wants to be your apprentice.
Yeah. What he said. Could I? So, Seth, Mistress Seth, please let me be your apprentice.
I think that should solve the problem. We're gonna steal his boat.
Inform General Kakanis that the engine installation is complete. He said to call him when we're ready for a test ride.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look! Someone's on board! Oh, hey!
Hey, yourself, you little toad.
What are you doing there? Get off! Go! Get word to General Kakanis! Hurry!
Yes, sir!
Attention, General Kakanis.
Your ship is leaving. Thank you. Ah, all right. This should be easy. Oh, wow. A lot of buttons there. Gonna need a manual. I think I'm...
Out of the way, Emma.
Here goes. Starting engine.
Cast off.
With the slant nose at hand, you're able to traverse the wide open ocean. Move the left stick in any direction, set the slant nose in motion. Move the right stick in any direction to set the camera view. Some areas, such as the shallows, ice fields, and hypercurrents, are not navigable even in the slant nose. Press RB to move the slant nose's bridge. To return to sea navigation, approach the cockpit controls, confirm that you want to embark. When you approach the shores, A, land will appear on the bottom right. Press A to exit the slant nose. To make the world map menu appear, click the right stick and move to the closest landing point. Reboard the slant nose, choose the landing point to the world map menu, and press the A button. Oops. What'd I do?
An Arthrosaurus. I know it won't move, but I'd hate to fight that thing.
Look! Aunt Ming turned it to stone. And she saved the city!
Whoa! You did that? Hey, are you okay?
It's nothing. Thanks.
Hey, are you all right?
Ming!
Are you starting to...
Are you remembering? It always hurts when I look at the Arthrosaurus. It was like this even back when I was in the palace.
Why don't you go rest for a bit? You're just gonna hurt yourself more if you try to remember.
Thank you.
Here, I'll help you.
Why is
chin's and getting all mushy. It's love. Huh?
I think that pain must mean her memories are coming back. What do you think?
Yes. I have Lirim to thank for getting my memories back. Ming will get hers back too. If she gives it a chance.
I'm guessing I'm supposed to go to this, since it's glowing on the map.
I'm always ready.
Okay. Couldn't even hit it.
Only the strong survive.
This does not look good!
That's a lot of HP. Don't think I'm supposed to be fighting that at this point. It's like way more HP than the last boss had. According to the FAQ, there's supposed to be 2 things on this place. There's the other chest. Basically says just come on here, grab those 2 things, and leave.
I'm always ready.
Sorry, got homework to do.
So that other point all the way across over there is where I need to go to. I wonder if there's random encounters at sea. Doesn't look like it. Cutscene explaining why we can't go that way.
We're not gonna make it! Turn back! The waves are gonna smash us to pieces!
So it looks like we're locked to the southern part because of that storm ring.
Land at last! Dry land. No more worrying about sinking on that stupid ship. Ow! Hey, what the hell was that for?
The slant nose will never sink. Not with the captain's engine on board.
You think you're so cool now that you're a pirate? Well, I'm gonna teach you a thing or two about the pirate code.
And what code would that be?
What code? Well, that would be a secret pirate code that we would do if we had the time.
Head.
Hey, Grandpa! Wow, you have Cook is such a and what a kick! Boy, she's strong. That Cook.
I have no idea what you just said.
Well, what I'm saying is that Cook is as cute as a button. She's just, oh, you must be proud.
You lying creep.
Cook, it hurts when you get kicked, you know?
But he insulted the captain. Isn't that right, Captain? Captain?
Sad.
Oh, now it's not just Kime having dreams. Okay. So now she's tripping over trauma. O wondrous beast Anera, proud descendant of the White-Winged clan. You were alone, my irreplaceable companion. Would it anger you to hear me call us two of a kind? We were not, in fact, a perfect combination, you and I, bound together by a single thread, that gossamer thread we know as loneliness. Anera, I owe my life to you. Not, of course, that you saved my life in the ordinary sense of the word. Mine is not a life that can be lost under any circumstances. It is an irrevocable burden. I will not die. I cannot die. Therefore my life was not for you to save. O Anera, what you saved, I now see, was not my life, but my heart. Back then, long, long centuries ago, I was a pirate, the only woman pirate on the open seas. Seth Balmore. That name was known to all who plied the sea. Some spoke my name in fear and trembling, while others voiced it with deep admiration. Some even called me the Righteous Buccaneer, nor were they far wrong, I'd say. Pirate ships I commanded had rules that were clear and strict. We targeted only one kind of vessel, those opulent passenger ships the wealthy boarded for pleasure cruises. It would put a bit of scare into the passengers, of course, maybe rough them up a little, but killing was strictly forbidden. All we did was squeeze a few drops of treasure out of those purses of those who had more money than they knew what to do with. We traded our booty for cash with shadowy dealers and the money we shared in the world's dens of poverty. I would cringe at being called a champion of justice, but we prided ourselves on being far more than villains. I became a pirate for one simple reason. I hated the law, and I hated even more those who flaunted the law for their own self-aggrandizement. In a word, I wanted a life of freedom. Whenever I stood at the prow of a pirate ship slicing its way through the waves, I viewed the vast ocean stretched out beneath the clear blue sky. I enveloped in the joy of having taken limitless freedom in my own two hands. True, I need not traffic in the fear of death and aging known to all who count as human. Because I will neither age nor die, infinite time means for me infinite freedom. Not bad, wouldn't you say? I would spy the ship that would be our day's quarry. I was always the first to board it, springing lightly onto their deck with a shout. I am Seth Balmore. Now be good and hand over your money and valuables. Then, taking the booty we had smashed, my men and I would raise a cry of victory and leap back into our ship. I was absolutely free. Nothing stood in my way. Eternal life overflowing with freedom. Not bad, wouldn't you say? Righteous Buccaneer. What kind of fancy pants nonsense is that? How about pirate bitch? Of course, one always hears such jealous ravings in all walks of life, but especially so in the thuggish world of pirates. Needless to say, I knew I had many enemies. Even a child would realize that being called a righteous buccaneer could only increase the number who hated me among such raping and pillaging brigands as pirates of the sea. But I didn't care about that. I could be stabbed with a knife or blasted with a cannon and I still would not care, would not die. Immortal Seth, they called me. And it was literally true, not just a figure of speech. I won't get in your way, I told the other pirates, but I won't let you get in mine either. I was afraid of nothing and no one. I lived the way I wanted to live and wouldn't or shouldn't have let anyone interfere with me. I went wrong only once, but that was all it took. In a moment of carelessness, I let them capture me. Of course, that alone was nothing for me to be afraid of. As I keep mentioning, I can never age or die. It would have done them no good to try killing me, and they knew it. The most they could do would be to rough me up a little and threaten to make it worse for me next time. They had to do something to show their men how tough they were. They couldn't just let me horn in on the pirate game and pretend it never happened. So I said, "Hurry up with the torture, will you? I haven't got all day." We were in a cave on a desert island. I was in handcuffs and leg irons and surrounded by half a dozen huge men, all well-known pirate captains. One of them was holding a long, thick chain. I get sick to my stomach just looking at your sweaty faces. Come on, hurry up and beat me with the chain. Or would you rather strangle me? Whichever you choose, hurry and get it over with. The men laughed out loud. "Hurry and get it over with," said the leader. "Too bad for you, Seth, but this punishment is not the kind that can be hurried. I'm just sorry we can't stay with you to the end." "Yeah," chimed in another man. "Unlike a monster like you, we humans don't have all the time in the world." "Okay, man, let's make it fast, the way the lady wants." Licking his lips, the man with the chain approached me. Two others grabbed my arm from the sides. They were not going to use the chain as an instrument of torture, but to rob me of my liberty. They chained me to a gigantic boulder in the cave. They were laughing so hard they could hardly contain themselves. "That's what you need, eh, Seth? It's the end of the road for you. Can't shoot you, we can't stab you to death, so we'll just lock you up. We'll never come back to this island again. And even a half-baked pirate like you knows this place is not on any sea lanes. No fishing boats even. Right about now, your men have gone off looking for the wrong island. The only ones who know we brought you here. Not even our crews know where we are. Nobody's coming to save you, that's for sure. You'll be in here forever. Can't move a muscle and you can't even die. All by yourself for the rest of eternity." With that, the men walked out of the cave, leaving me there with a single lantern. "Cowards!" I screamed. "Don't run off like that! Don't do this to me!" But the only response was a hollow echo of my own voice in the cave. The lantern the men left behind was not meant as a kindness, but rather the opposite. It was a prop in their little drama. When it finally ran out of oil and went dark, it would impress me on the weight of eternal solitude. As long as the lamp kept glowing, I was filled with rage for the men, but when the oil was running low and the flame began to flicker, a deep anxiety assaulted me. Unable to move, I stared blankly at the flame. Eternity. This world has no such thing. Or perhaps it should not have. Solitude. I was always alone, or more precisely, I always ended up alone. It was my destiny. I could be surrounded by companions whose feelings matched my own perfectly. I could share the deepest love with another, but in the end I would always have to lose them. Do you know what it feels like to see countless others succumb to death while you yourself are on the road of endless life? Ah, but in your case, Anira, you do have some idea. As I watched, the lamp in the cave went out. A world of darkness spread out before me. There I was, alone. No more would I taste the sorrow of parting. Neither would I be able to taste the joy of meeting. Eternally, without end, alone. I did not try shouting. People shout and scream for one reason only. Because they want someone to hear them. Because they believe there is someone somewhere who will hear their cries. I did, however, shed tears, which is not to say I wept. There is no way that the immortal woman pirate Seth Balmore would ever break down and cry. A tiny tremor went through the darkness, that is all it was. And then I noticed. Oh, tears are coming out of me. Really, that is all it was. The hours passed, or perhaps it was days. In the darkness I lost track of the flow of time. There was something else I lost track of. If all there was left of me to do was to stay by myself, struggling against eternal solitude, incapable even of rotting away, then what was the purpose of my living in the world? Perhaps the men who trapped me here had been right. Unable either to age or die, perhaps I was some kind of monster. Then why was such a monster living in this world? What was I supposed to do here? I did not know the answer to that. I would never know the answer, to the end of my never-ending life. I felt frustration, sorrow, but above all, fear. Eternity was frightening to me. Solitude was frightening to me. I might have been trembling. Without even the energy for that, I might have been utterly drained. Whatever it was I was feeling, that is when it happened. Anera, that is when you first appeared before me. Tiny bursts of light softened the darkness, and from the light, almost before I could wonder what it was, there came a voice. Are you two trapped in the prison of solitude? Who is that? In the light, a flash of white wings. Then, with a sudden increase in size and brightness, the light seared my eyes. Accustomed to total darkness, my eyes could not stand the glare, and for an instant they could not see anything at all. Grimacing, I clamped my eyes shut before daring to open them little by little. There before me hovered a pure, white, glowing beast. Its white wings were breathtakingly beautiful. How beautiful you were, Anera. But yours was not a florid beauty. No, it was subtly different. Your beauty wore a cloak of loneliness. I am like you said. When I cocked my head to look at you with puzzlement, you continued. I have been looking for someone like you for a very long time. You spoke slowly, majestically. O immortal woman pirate, you and I share a single destiny. You knew who I was. Together, let us escape from this solitude and make our way together. You said, your eyes locked on mine. Escape from this solitude. The words continued ringing in my ears, but I did not know who you were. I could not even be sure what you were, nor could I leap joyfully at the invitation of one I could not tell as friend or foe. Who are you? I asked. I am Anera of the White-Winged Clan. White-Winged Clan? I had heard the name before. The White-Winged Clan were said to be wondrous beasts that had become extinct in the distant past. I have heard that the White-Winged Clan died out long ago. I am the last of the bloodline. The only survivor. Indeed, as I said, the last. Which is why you speak of solitude. At that point, almost before I knew it, a weak, almost self-mocking smile crept over my face. I felt myself lowering my guard as I spoke to you. My chains, however, were digging ever deeper into my flesh and shackling my heart as well. You used the phrase prison of solitude before. It's true, this is a prison. Being alone for eternity is a prison without bars. You nodded at these words of mine, Anera, in silence, but then you said, I was in a prison too until just now. I'm sure it's true to be the only living survivor. I spent far too long a time alone. I know what you mean. In the legend, members of the White-Winged Clan are thought to live 1,000 years. But even if you were to live on for several centuries, as sole survivor you could never meet a female member of the clan of the White Wing and hope to make children with her. The clan will never rise again. The sole survivor must live out the remainder of his days alone. In order to conquer this unbearable loneliness, you say, I would need someone to make her way with me. Then you looked hard at me and said, O pirate woman, are you not of the same mind? I nodded in agreement. But then I made a point of smiling and said as casually as I could, in other words, you're lonely. Your beautiful face softened and you said with some embarrassment, I wonder. According to the legend as I have heard it, the clan of the White Wing are proud and love their solitude. This only increased your embarrassment, you said, solitude has its limits. That did it. I decided to trust you then and there. Well, if that's how you feel, you should come right out and say it. I want company. Company? All right, a companion. A companion. Exactly. So it's decided. I'll team up with you. That ended all hesitation. Just as you saw me and one to make your way together with, I put my full trust in you. Let's go wild on the high seas, I cried. Isn't that what make our way together means? You mean that I should become a pirate? You don't like the idea. We paused for the space of one breath and chuckled softly. I've always wanted to give it a try. No sooner were the words out of your mouth than you leaped at me. With one bite, you cut through the thick chain that held me down. O wondrous beast and heir, proud descendant of the White-Winged clan. This was how you and I first met. In the 900 years since then, we raged over the open sea more wildly than I ever had before. When I stood at the prow of our pirate ship in search of prey, you were always there beside me. We became irreplaceable partners, friends, companions, family.
Seth? Cook? You're crying.
I remembered some things from a long time ago.
You mean when you were a pirate? And remembering made you cry?
I've always been a pirate. I was crying because of something that happened that I regret.
This town worships Keladons?
Gaim! Look, it's Gaim! Hey, everybody! Gaim's back! It's good to see you again, Gaim. But you haven't changed a bit.
So they know him here. Gaim, don't tell me you're leaving already. It's been so long since your last visit. Don't go just yet. Ah, Gaim, nice to have you here. Things haven't changed a bit around here, don't you think? Oh, hey, Gaim, you're Gaim, right? My grandfather told me all about you. He gave this to me as a keepsake. It's really valuable to us, but it's what you use to protect our village, right? So here, Gaim, I want to return it to you. Hey, Gaim, try it out now. I've hidden a treasure somewhere inside the village. See if you can find it. Here's a hint. It's hidden somewhere way up high. It's yours if you can find it. Okay, where the hell have you been, Zero? I thought you had dropped off the face of the earth. Oh, that's not true. I've seen you streaming, and I've lurked around there a little bit. But yeah, has your schedule changed? Anyway, what are you up to? You can look for treasures hidden all over the world. Find treasures and obtain for information on the whereabouts of the treasures. Once you get information on treasure, it will appear on the treasure screen within the item menu. If you have your magic-powered locator information, there will be a glowing point in the navigation map where you enter the area in which the treasure is hidden. Treasure is hidden with glowing points. Search for it within the nearby area. You can increase the output and magically. Maybe you'll find a lot more treasure within the level 1 locator. I've been good. I've actually had to reduce my streaming hours because work has picked up more too. I went from streaming 6 hours a day to 4 hours a day. And as for this game, I'm really liking it so far. Yeah, unfortunately, have to work. At least until machines take over enough jobs that they decide to make UBI a thing. Wind level 2, Magic Killer, and Terror. Now we actually just finished doing that. We stole away the princess, or actually the queen, who was being manipulated by her military advisor. And we are now on the run from 2 separate countries that are trying to go to war and also trying to hunt us down. Now I have some serious trouble believing that you actually lived here once before. It's an inn, Kime. Look, it's been a long voyage and I'm sure you're tired, so why don't we call it a day here, okay? Yeah, let me look around. Pretty much. I'm gonna play with my brother, but he's not home. Probably out getting into trouble again. All people, it's Kime. Hey everybody, we've got a visitor. Oh well, thanks for visiting. I know this place isn't so fancy, but I hope you like it all the same. Shh, quiet down. Oh yeah, the personas are long to begin with. And then once you add in like their expansions like Fest, Golden, and Royal, like, they just get to be ridiculously long. They're good the first time. Like, one of the reasons that I haven't played Royal or Golden is just I don't want to have to go through, like, the 100 hours of stuff just to find the extra, like, 10 to 15 hours of content. Like, it's way too much for me to go through again. Welcome back, Kime. Where have you been all this time? No, the original Persona 4 was on PS2. It was Golden that was originally on Vita, when they recently ported it over to PC. Yeah, I played the original when it came out. I just haven't played Golden, because like I said, that's like 100 hours that you have to play through again just to get the extra 15 to 20 that they added. Although, by now, it's probably been long enough that I don't remember that much to where I would be able to stomach going through it again. Because by now, it's probably been over 10 years. It'd probably be enough to where I'd be able to go through it, and a lot of it would be new to me again. I've been my fair share of battles, but one day, just as I was swinging my sword at someone, I suddenly thought, man, I wish I could have been a baker. No idea how a thought like that came to me, but after that battle I quit the army. Made my living baking bread ever since. Oh god, trauma time. It's trauma time again. Oh, what's this one gonna be? The hero was home from the war. He had performed gallantly on the battlefield, advanced to the rank of general, and made a triumphal entry into the village of his birth. The villagers welcomed him with a festive celebration. Grown-ups were treated to drinks beginning in the afternoon, and the children received sweet confections. The cattle and sheep in the pastures had supported the villagers' livelihood, whether because they were excited by the unusual commotion, or were welcoming the hero in their own way, sent especially shrill cries reverberating into the blue summer sky. General, you're the pride of our village. Obviously full of pride himself, the head of the village thrust out his chest as he delivered his congratulatory address in the welcoming ceremony. To think that the foremost hero in the army came from this tiny village is so incredibly exhilarating and gratifying. I'm sure our ancestors are overjoyed as well. The throng crammed into the village square burst forth with cheers and applause. According to the official figures released by the army the other day, General, you brought down at least 2,000 enemy soldiers with your own hand. A thunderous roar shook the square. Alright, I'll see you later, Dhiro. Although I'm only going to be on for like another 12 minutes, so I might be off by the time you make it home. Come to think of it, the population of this village is less than 1,000. This means, sir, that you managed to bury more than 2 of these villages, worth on your own. How fortunate for us that you were not one of the enemy. By any chance there had been a warrior of your caliber on their side, we'd all be resting in the hilltop graveyard by now. A few of the women frowned momentarily at this remark, but the men, full of liquor, responded with an explosive laugh. Sitting stage center, the general lightly stroked his dignified beard. No one present knew that this was his habit whenever he was perplexed. When he left his village to join the army, he was just an ordinary soldier a long way from growing a beard. General, you are truly the savior of our army and indeed of our entire nation. I understand you will be leaving for another battle tomorrow, but we all hope that you will thoroughly enjoy yourself on this rare visit to your birthplace. Village chief ended his greetings and withdrew to the wings, whereupon the village's #1 entertainer bounded onto the stage in the most comical way he could manage. "Dear General," he cried, running over to where the great man was seated and getting down on his knees. "Oh, hear my plea." General looked at him uncertainly. "Is there any possibility that you would lend me the sword at your side, if only for a moment?" Perplexed though he was by all this, the general, impelled by the audience's applause and cheers, handed the man his tasseled and jewel-encrusted sword. The man bowed deeply as the sword entered his outstretched hands, and again he cried, "My gratitude knows no bounds," pretending to stagger under the weight of the sword, came to the front edge of the stage and held the weapon aloft. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will reenact the event that raised our dear general's fame to the heights of a single bound, where he hacked 18 of the enemy into little teeny-tiny bits." The audience cheered wildly, and the man, with exaggerated movements and commentary, swung the sword in a great arc. The audience knew exactly what he was doing. The general had not only made a name for himself for his strategic prowess, but was also widely acclaimed as a warrior on the battlefield. He did not rely solely on his weapons, but in the end leveled his opponents with his sheer physical strength. This too was a matter of the utmost pride for the villagers. "Here we go. 1 man down, 2 men down, flip the sword back, 3 men down, 4 men slash diagonally right through the shoulder, 5th man's head goes flying. Oof, then 3 at once, 6th, 7th, and 8th man. What a bother, I'll just skewer you like this." The man thrust the sword through 3 imaginary opponents, and the crowd went wild. The general, too, broke into a smile and applauded. He was through clapping, though. He stroked his beard again. "I'm sure you can understand how I felt at the time, sitting up there on that stage," the old general says to Kine before taking a sip of water from his leather pouch. His magnificent beard is completely white, so distant to the past events he is recounting. Kine nods in silence, and the general continues, as if mulling over every word. "The more you know about war, the more you feel that way. I'm sure the villagers meant well. They just wanted to pay homage to their hometown hero. No, of course, they weren't being the least bit malicious. My village has the nicest people in the world, which is exactly why I found the whole thing so painful. Couldn't stand it after a while." Hacking 18 men to bits. The deeds of a hero are related in numbers. Surely the man who playfully swung the general's sword on stage that day could never have imagined the ones who lost their lives on the battlefield. The agonized expressions on their faces, the curse in their eyes as they stared into nothingness. That's alright too. People who live peaceful lives don't have to know about such things. That's what people like us are for. Keep their lives far away from the battlefields. Don't you agree? So us and our killing of enemies, the people we're supposed to protect, don't have to know anything about the bloodiness of war. Unless you believe that, what's the point of people killing each other? Kime says nothing in reply. Without either affirming or negating the old general's words, he stares vaguely at the general's troops. "What'd you say your name is, Kime? Suppose you killed more enemy soldiers than you can begin to count." "There is no way I could count them all." "Thought so. You have a flawless build, the kind that can only be tempered on the battlefield. Only a man who has survived one battle after another can carry himself the way you do with complete naturalness. How does a man like you find himself driving a horse cart over a mountain pass?" Kime is ready to leave without answering if the old man asks him such a question. But the general inquires no further into Kime's background. Instead, there is a sense of relief in the smile he bestows at the sight of Kime resting his horses at the pass. 16 the first time I went into battle. That I just kept running from one fight to another until I made it all the way to General. First, I remembered the faces of men I crossed swords with and killed. You don't try to remember them, they get carved into your memory. I had terrible nightmares. Try as I might, I could never seem to wash off the stench of the blood that splashed on my face and hands. That was a hallucination, of course, but it got so bad once that I spent the whole night in the river trying to wash myself off. The General paused a moment to think about his story, then went on. After a while, you get used to it. You get used to fighting and killing over and over again. Body and your mind and your heart, you just get used to it. That's how people are. So I stopped having nightmares. Killed all the enemy soldiers I could lay my hands on, and I forgot every one of their faces. It's the same for you now too, kind, isn't it? Maybe so. It's like a curse. If you don't get used to it, your heart breaks. On the other hand, if you do get used to it, your heart probably ends up breaking someplace deeper down. The General casts a fond glance towards his resting troops. Then, slowly shifting his gaze far down to the foot of the mountain, he says, "So that's what it was like for me back then. I returned to my birthplace in triumph." For the final event in the welcoming ceremony, several children mounted the stage. Now, in honor of our hero, the children present to the General a floral wreath more marvelous than the greatest medal there ever was. The audience went wild again. When the children put the wreath on his neck, the General favored them with a warm smile, the first honest smile from the heart that he had managed since climbing onto the stage. Finally, as a special treat for the General, who has been galloping from one battlefield to the next far from his native place, the children's chosen representative will read his own original composition spelling out the joys of the peaceful life of the village. With a look of grim intensity, a small boy barely old enough to go to school unfolded his composition and, gripping it in two hands, began to read aloud from it, straining to make himself heard. First, I'm going to write about one of the nicest things that happened to me. At my house, we have a pasture with lots of cows and sheep. One cow had a baby 2 days ago. I helped my daddy by stroking the cow's back with a handful of straw while she was having the baby. That makes the cow warm up so it's easy for her to give birth. The baby was born just before the sun came up. It was a tiny baby, but it could already stand on its own legs. Baby, wow. I'm going to take care of this baby until it gets big. Dear little calf, hurry and grow up, okay? The General had tears in his eyes. Now I'm going to write about one of the saddest things that happened to me. That was when my grandma got sick and died. She was such a nice grandma. I know her sickness made her feel bad, but she was always smiling when I was around. She let me hold her hand when she died. I watched her face the whole time because I knew I wouldn't be able to see her anymore, and I wanted to remember her even after I grow up. She just kept smiling and smiling for me right to the end. That's why she was always smiling when I think of her. Are you looking down at me from the sky, Grandma? I will never forget you as long as I live. Tears were streaming down the General's face. When the ceremony ended, the General left his village and headed for the town where army headquarters were located. There he wrote a long letter to the king, gave his sword to his most trusted lieutenant. The General had decided to retire. This was a big surprise to me as it was to anybody. When I heard that little boy's essay, it occurred to me. What makes us really human is to celebrate each life that comes into the world and mourn each life that is lost. I didn't need medals anymore. I didn't need the honor of being allowed into the presence of His Majesty anymore. I wanted to be a real human being again. As a result, overnight I went from being the village hero to being reviled as a traitor. The General turns to Kime and asks, "So are you going to mock me as a coward who ran away from the battlefield? Blame me for being a deserter who betrayed his own patriotism?" Kime turns a gentle smile to the old man. "Neither," he says. "As a soldier you made the wrong decision, but as a human being you made the right one." The General strokes his white beard and says, "My habit has changed too. Nowadays I find myself stroking my beard when I'm embarrassed." The two men look at each other and smile. "Okay, back to work," says the General, standing with a grunt. He calls out to his troops. Alright, men, it's all downhill from here. Let's give it one last push and get back to the village before sunset. The troops under the general's command consist of 30 sheep, not one of whom is likely to take a person's life. I don't know about that. Sheep can be deadly. Tell me, Kine, are you planning to go back into battle at some point? I don't really know, he replies. I'm content with herding sheep for now, the general says. I don't have the least regret for the decision I made that day. It would make me happy to think this could be a kind of lesson for me. This parting remark, the general turns away from Kine and begins walking. Sheep amble along after him in newly reformed ranks. Standing at attention, the general raises his right arm and waves his troops on. Forward, march! The command he had once delivered to tens of thousands of men in the battlefield now echoes pleasantly among the mountains of his native village. Hidden somewhere in Tosca Village, a present for Kine from the children. Treasure beyond the waterfall. Where's the waterfall? Oh. Let's see if we can get this, and then time to call it for today. Okay, that gives level 2 spirit magic. Unity to petrify. We probably still have a little bit more of exploring to do around here. Probably a few more things to find. But it's quitting time. Yeah. We are now in a third country, because we went from Ura to Numara, and now we're in Gotza. But at least we're out of the two countries that are trying to start a war with each other. Something on my forehead. Also interesting is that now that they're starting. That was the first time that we saw a dream come up that wasn't Kime's. Seth had a dream. So I wonder if they're going to start mixing in dreams from Seth and Ming over the course of the game now. And any other immortals that might happen to join the team. I don't know how many there's going to be. I don't know if I'm remembering this right, but I think they might have said there were 5 of them. And if we assume Gongora is one of them also, and he's probably going to be the main bad guy, that means there's one more that's unaccounted for. Yeah, I mean, the dreams we saw today weren't as depressing as the ones that were in disc 1. They had a little more of like happy or semi-happy endings. Haven't all been super depressing. But we also just started disc 2. I think we saw what? Saw the one with Seth. Just saw that one with the bread maker guy. Saw the one that was as we were leaving Crimson Forest. Can't remember. So we saw, and from 3, we saw 3 to 4. So I think there might be around 20 left. I think that might bring us up to 12 total. But I mean, I still haven't gotten into a battle really, because the only battles we got into were on that little sandbar island that we couldn't have won those fights. So we haven't gotten into an actual battle yet where I can confirm if people not in the battle party get XP or not. I'm hoping they do. I like to switch out party members and use everybody at some point, and that gets really hard if they don't get XP when they're not in the battle party, because then they just end up so far behind that when you try to put them in, they die and they just can't do anything. So I'm really hoping that non-battle party members get at least 3/4 experience or something. Even half experience can sometimes end up with them being so behind in levels that they can't keep up. But anyway, there's no stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's my one day off from streaming because I have board game night with my roommates. And then the Monday morning stream, we're going to be playing Bladed Fury. It may end up being a one-shot, because I looked it up, and average playtime for that is like 3.5 to 4 hours. And I do 4-hour streams. So unless I run into a lot of problems with it, where I can't progress, it's looking like that may be a one-shot. And then, which means that next week, for Monday morning stream, we'll be going back and doing our replay of Fuga to try to get the best ending, try to save Brits. It's literally what happened. We have to save Brits so that we can get the best ending. And then Tuesday morning, throughout the rest of the week, we'll be playing this until we beat it, which will probably be a couple of weeks, because it seems like it's a pretty long game. I think How Long to Beat has it listed as like 60 to 70 hours. Might as well look that up. Yeah, main story 50.5, main story plus extra 69.5. Which I assume I'm doing main story plus extra, and maybe even a little more, since streaming tends to go a little slower than normal. So yeah, we're going to be playing this for probably a week or two. And then after that, the game that got redeemed, Uncle Irby redeemed Ni no Kuni 2, which oddly enough, if I'm looking at the calendar right for how long this will take, I'm going to be playing the PC version. The PC version is the one I own. But it's going to line up almost exactly with the release of Ni no Kuni on the Switch. Which is going to be pretty funny, because there's going to be people playing it on the Switch while I'm playing it on the PC. So I can only assume that there's gonna be people stopping into the stream thinking that I'm playing the Switch version because it just came out, when in fact I'm playing the PC that I've just been sitting on for a while. So that might be a little funny. But that's the timeline. So yeah, as I said, no stream tomorrow. Monday morning we'll be playing Bladed Fury, trying that out. Possibly playing and finishing in the same day, and then continuing with Lost Odyssey for the rest of the week. So, I guess let me go ahead and give call-outs to who's here, and then we can wrap up end for the day. So, Zero and Neko, Dark Almacy, Steampunk Keck, Paradoxical, Nami, Ragna, Kirby, Haideru, thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you, Steampunk, for the follow, and thank you, Haideru, for the raid. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. And as for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. And let's go ahead and raid Dark Almacy. He actually popped in the chat with us earlier today. Who's currently playing Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, the HD remaster. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!